Ali. அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி தனி பெரும் கருணை அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி உலகெல்லாம் ஓதற்கு அறியவன் நீல உலாவிய நீர்வான வேணியன் ஆலைகள் சோதியன் அம்பலத்தில் ஆடுவார் மாலை சீலம்படி வாசிவதங்குவார் அருட்பெருஞ்சோதி தனி பெரும் கருணை அருட்பெருஞ்சோதி. Come see it. You come in the front. Put the water and go back in the sack. Grab the sack. With the leaf. Om Namah Shivaya. 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 பெருஞ்சோதி தனி பெரும் கருணை தனி பெரும் கருணை அருட்பெருஞ்சோதி. there's a lot to put in the house. Don't forget, take everything. Several lectures came from the year, seeing the water and the sun. See, that's why they must keep it because when you go to the house with the tap and the water has come first. Don't give the children, they cry.
True.
Yeah. Body goes to the house, because children the water and the camphor must go in the front, then the body goes. You must keep it with life. When you go to the water, the camphor and the water must go first through the body. Yeah. See, the children are fine, don't they? You will be in charge of them. Mango leaf was
No, there's 3 minutes. Daddy gave us instructions on the carrot.
Yeah, don't forget to keep it. Give it away one time.
What is it? Because you get what you should eat. That is the way you look at it. Yeah, you need to.
Hello.
Om Namah Shivaya, 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 Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Shivaya Namo, Shivaya Namo, Shivaya Namo, Om Namah Shivaya, 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 Shivaya Namo, Shivaya Namo, Shivaya Namo, Om Namah Shivaya, Shivaya Namo, Shivaya Namo, Shivaya Namo, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya.
To the show, no problem. Thanks. Sorry. Thanks. Shivaya, Om Namah 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 Shivaya, Matches? Om Namah Shivaya. 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 Om Namah
Where's Segrin? Segrin, you need to turn the lamp in the front.
அந்தவதேவாய் நின்றாய் போற்றே அன்பர் துயர்தன்னே தீவாய் போற்றே இன்பமே தந்து காப்பாய் போற்றே இன்பமே தந்து காப்பாய் போற்றி இன்பவரே வானே கடவுளே போற்றி தாயும் தந்தையும் நீயே போற்றி வாழும் சர்வம் நீயே போற்றி மன்னோவன் நல்லா நீயே போற்றி மன்னோவன் நல்லா நீயே போற்றி கண்ணுள்ளாரும் கடவுளே போற்றி முதலே போற்றி போற்றி குருவே போற்றிய குருவா போற்றி காற்றே போற்றி கனலே போற்றி காற்றே போற்றி கனலே போற்றி அருளே போற்றி கடவுளே போற்றி அருளே போற்றி கடவுளே போற்றி அருளே போற்றி கடவுளே போற்றி நன்றி அமருங்க. தேங்க்யூ. You may be seated.
Dear family and friends, the casket is now open. You can make your way forward to view the body. A humble appeal for the duration of the service as well as the funeral can be maintained silence at all times. Thank you.
Just a fleeting image and then.
family and friends, a humble request from Swami and our Bhajan group to kindly maintain silence throughout the proceedings. Should you wish to meet family or have a conversation, a humble request, kindly take the noise outside. Thank you. Over to our Bhajan group.
Yeah.
humble appeal, kindly take your seats. Family and friends, today is a very sad day for the Rangasamy family as we come together to pay our last respects to a very dear husband, doting dad and granddad, loving brother and brother-in-law, uncle, cousin, and a dear friend. My late uncle, Mr. Soobramoney Rangasamy, formerly known as Seela and Bob to many, was a man of great stature. He was an extraordinary individual who touched countless lives. His kindness, wisdom, and generosity inspired us all. We remember his infectious smile, his unwavering optimism, and his great strength to uplift his family and the community at large, and his unrelenting passion for life. His legacy lives on to the countless lives he touched. We are really grateful and indebted to know a man of such great stature. To Uncle Seela, we say thank you. Thank you for being a shining example of love, strength, and resilience. You will be deeply missed, but your spirit will remain forever in us. Dear family and friends, there are countless messages of support and sympathy to the family, and I will be reading them out as I've received. We do have a few speakers for the day as well. But once again, a humble appeal from the family, from Swami, so that for us to observe silence at all times. We want our dearly departed soul and the Atma to travel through a pure journey and knowing Uncle Seela, he was not a man of many words, and one thing he treasured was silence. So in his memory, we want to ensure we have silence at all times. This is a humble appeal from the family. I have a message that is from the ex-president of the Saiva Siddhanta Sangam, Mr. Deva Pillai. It is to Nalini, Auntie, and the family. It is with deep sadness that we receive the message of dear Dad's passing. Please accept our deep feelings of love and support at a time of mourning and bereavement. We convey to you and your beloved family our heartfelt sympathy and condolences at this hour in your lives. We pray to Shiva Peruman to receive and accept this wonderful soul. We have our parents who give us life, nature, and inculcate firm and principled human values in us from birth to adulthood, and provide for our every need. In our lifetime, we cannot repay them, but all they need is for us to lead a proper life. To this end, Nalini, you have demonstrated to us in more than one way that you have lived to your parents' expectations in serving your fellow human beings through the Saiva Siddhanta Sangam and the various other organizations you continue working with. Words may not be adequate enough to express one's feelings, but all of you must remember that Dad had lived to a good age, led a clean and useful life, and endeared himself to everyone he came into contact with, and that is all that matters. May his soul rest in eternal peace. May Namah Shivaya bless his soul. Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, signed by Mr. Deva Pillai, the ex-president of the Saiva Siddhanta Sangam. Dear family and friends, I now lovingly invite our first speaker. Our first speaker is Mrs. Saras Rangasamy. She is the wife of the eldest nephew, Mr. Michael Rangasamy, from the Rangasamy family. Auntie Saras.
At the outset, I want to say Michael sends his deepest sympathies to the family and tell you how very sorry and sad he is by the passing of his dear uncle. Teacher, Mr. Soobramoney Rangasamy, Sir, he was referred to by many names, even called Bob by his friends, Seela by the family members, Sir by his past students. I started by saying teacher because he was the best teacher I know. I spoke to a number of his past students and they referred to him as the master teacher, great teacher, teacher of merit and outstanding qualities. By the way, this is what Michael wrote. It's not coming from me. I spoke to him on his 90th birthday for many hours, and he told me that he wanted to reach the ripe old age of 100. I said, why not? And we both had a good laugh. I took this opportunity to reminisce with him about all the things that he taught me while we were both teaching at St. Francis School. He nurtured me while I was a new teacher and was instrumental in getting me appointed to St. Francis School. He was my mentor and teacher in all aspects, and he made sure that I got through this profession with ease. I was always amazed at his exemplary bookkeeping, and his writing on the board was unsurpassed. He was very generous with his time and car, especially to help stranded teachers who needed to go to Durban and back. He used to take me and bring me from school every day in the old Fiat that he had, with no complaints. He was more of a friend than an uncle to me. This was evident when we went out on our monthly outings as teachers. He always had a soft spot for the needy, especially for his widowed sister, and saw to her every need. He was an outstanding husband to Auntie Lakshmi, father and grandfather. He took exceptional care of them all. I remember his hearty laugh, which rattles through my head even now. He was a humble people's person who carried himself with integrity and dignity. He was a good footballer in his days, and he played in the defense position. So everyone can see he was always out to defend and worked tirelessly in many community-based organizations to keep us all safe. What is distressing for me is that he told me many times, please come and visit me. I want to see you. So I was getting ready to come down to KZN, but it wasn't meant to be. It broke my heart that I could not accede to his loving request. I'm sorry that I cannot attend this final farewell owing to my illness. God bless his beautiful family. Please travel safely. From Michael Rangasamy family of Gauteng. One thing that Michael said on his birthday was, he said, "Thank you, Uncle, for all that you did for me." And thank God, he said it while he was alive. So I'm going to leave you with that. Remember to say whatever you need to say to people who are living rather than when they are gone and cannot even hear us. Thank you. God bless you all.
Thank you, Sarah's beautiful words, and I'm sure, dear family and friends, the sentiments expressed by Uncle Michael are the sentiments that you too would share, and you too have treasured memories with Uncle Michael. Family and friends, I know in many occasions, in many conversations with Uncle Seela, he always said, he gets different aspects of life from the different nephews and nieces that he interacts with. And his nephew from Cape Town, Endrin, I remember Uncle Seela saying that he always got the philosophical speeches when he interacted with Endrin. So Endrin once again has sent a message of support to the family as well as a speech which I will read. Vanakkam, Nalini and the family, it's Endrin. Our deepest sympathies. I feel Dad in my stillness and have no doubt that he has reached peace. A great soul from the cloth of the yogis. Please take care of Mum and the whole family. I know many will write about Dad's history, especially those who worked with him and know of his great history. Here are some of the other points that came to me. As a person puts on new garments, giving up the old ones, the soul primarily accepts the new, giving up the old until complete liberation. The soul's consciousness is indestructible, insoluble, can never be wet, dried or burnt. It is everlasting and present everywhere, omnipresent, omniscient and omnipotent. It is said that the soul is invisible, inconceivable and immutable. Knowing this, we should not lament or grieve too long for the fleeting body, but celebrate the purity, the eternity of the soul. While living, we learn to turn inward and develop an enlightened or higher state of awareness that experiences the world as benevolent, brings a sense of inner peace that helps detach us from suffering, and recognizes the oneness and interconnectedness of everything and everyone. Developing this awareness is the essence and purpose of life that will ensure inner fulfillment and ultimate liberation. And I'm sure wherever Uncle Seela is, he must be smiling and saying, that is the Endrin I know. Thank you, family and friends. I hand you back to our bhajan group, and I lovingly invite family and friends who are waiting at the back to kindly come forward. Thank you.
Yeah.
to present to you more of the tributes that have been sent from the different branches of the Saiva Siddhanta Sangam. Vanakkam all, from the Guru, officials and devotees of the Durban branch of the Saiva Siddhanta Sangam. We wish to express our deepest sympathies and condolences to the bereaved family for the passing away of our beloved Appa. May his soul rest in eternal peace. May Lord Shiva give the Rangasamy family all the strength and courage needed to deal with this huge loss and get them through this difficult time of bereavement. Om Namah Shivaya. The message from the Dermot branch. Vanakkam, our deepest condolences to Auntie Nalini and family. We pray for Lord Shiva's blessings and comfort over the family. The next message from the Springfield branch. Vanakkam, Nalini and family, our deepest sympathies to you and your family on your loss. We pray for Lord Shiva's grace and comfort upon each of you. And that was from the Springfield branch. I now invite our next speaker, someone who worked very closely with Uncle Seela in the community with the South African Police Services. I lovingly invite Colonel Teresa Pillay, who will speak on behalf of the community as well as the involvement that Uncle Seela had with the Community Policing Forum.
Thank you, Program Director. Bereaved family, friends, community members, religious people present today, all protocol observed. In the words of Bob Marley, the greatness of a man is not how much wealth he acquires, but in his integrity and ability to affect those around him positively. The tragedy of life is not death, but what we let die inside of us whilst we live. Today I must add, I feel very inapt to speak about a giant tree that has fallen, not just in the Rangasamy family, but in our community at large. I had the absolute pleasure and singular honor of working closely with a leader who was totally selfless. Even though he might have been bigger than life in many circles of the academia, he was indeed a people's person. Somebody, even when retirement said hello, did not choose to live the best life, but sacrificed selflessly his all in the interest of community safety and improving the lives of all. He was a man of giant stature, but an absolute simpleton at heart. To me, he was just not a leader in the community, not just a partner in making sure that we had strategies to fight the evils of crime, but he was a father, a person who gave his absolute attention to detail in everything that he did. I stand in awe of men who would sacrifice their family time just to make sure somebody else's life became better. He did leave, I must say, a very huge gap and big shoes for others to follow. And might I add quickly, to the family, you definitely have to carry on with the beautiful legacy that Dad had started. You know, the psalmist put it very well in the Holy Bible, that tears are prayers too. They travel to God when we cannot speak. And indeed today, I want to feel, and I know that the Rangasamy family are saddened by the loss of the husband to our beautiful mother, a woman who was a role model because she stood behind a giant crime fighter, and to children that are standing tall, walking in the shoes of their father. I want to say to you today that you have indeed given us as a society all of what Dad had, because time is a very precious commodity. And our beloved father lying here today, when he laid down his gloves, he had lived a life that was well worth, a blessed life, because in his life he believed in the words of Mother Teresa, that service to humanity is indeed service to God. You know, Benjamin May put it very well, and I think she emulates the life of Mr. Rangasamy. The tragedy of life is not in our failure, but rather our complacency. Not in doing too much, but rather in doing too little. Not in our living above our ability, but rather in our living below our capacities. And I can tell you today, Mr. Rangasamy was a man who completed the cycle. He stood tall to face the leadership of various communities, various government authorities, because he was a man, when he took on a responsibility, he gave his all. And I want to say that I was blessed to have been mentored by him, blessed to have worked side by side with him. And when you today visit the Amzinto SAPS and you walk into the Client Service Center, always remember that Mr. Rangasamy was my partner who managed that project together with able men, my husband included. We ran that project, and today, to date, we have a Client Services Center that gives a frontline service to the community. And I must say to you, Mr. Rangasamy was not youthful, but he never feared to dirty his hands and do the most menial tasks so that community benefited. I want us today, even as we see a great man laying in this casket, to take something of the chapter of his life, because indeed I will emulate that, and I'm sure his family will, that we too can live a life that is of worth, and we too can make a difference to those that matter. In conclusion, I want to say to you today, it's you. And Yuli K puts it very beautifully, and this sums up the life of Mr. Rangasamy. If it's not you who listens to the heartbreaks of another and makes your shoulder a soft place to land, if it's not you who carries words upon your lips that feel like spring rains to those whose souls are depleted of water, if it is not you who grants mercy to the ones who broke you and grace to the ones who tread with caution, because they too have lost too much and seen too much and walked in darkness. For too long then, who will you be? You are the torch, the beacon. You are the harvester of light, not someone else. Let it be to you today that will continue the beautiful legacy that Mr. Rangasamy has started. And just like our beloved father here today, in the words of Dr. Maya Angelou, if you're going to live, leave a legacy. Make a mark on the world that can't be erased. Mr. Rangasamy, I salute you, and God be with you in your journey ahead. Thank you. God bless you all.
Thank you, Teresa, for those wonderful, kind sentiments expressed about Uncle Seela, and you actually captured the moments of his life and his commitment and dedication to serving the community at large. Thank you once again for that. And I think your parting lines were leaving a legacy, and I think that is exactly what Uncle Seela did. He has left a legacy, and we know that that legacy will continue in his 4 children, the grandchildren, and the great-grandchild. Thank you. I hand you back to our Sangam group.
Sivan ko so jale விருத்தம் பெற்ற தாய் தன்னை மிக மறந்தாலும். Ramalinga Swamigal, who is a 21st century saint, he says, பெற்ற தாய் தன்னை மிக மறந்தாலும் பிள்ளை பெறும் தாய் மறந்தாலும். Even if a newborn baby forgets his own mother, and even if the mother forgets his own newborn baby, we all know the bond that is between mother and child. But he says, even if this extreme happens, உற்ற தேகத்தை உயிர் மறந்தாலும் உயிரை வேவியை உடல் மறந்தாலும். Even if this life within is oblivious of the body and the body is forgetful of the life within, கற்ற நெஞ்செங்கும் கலை மறந்தாலும். Even if the mind becomes completely blank, devoid of any awareness, any knowledge, even if this extreme happens, கண்கள் நின்று இமைப்பது மறந்தாலும். Even if the eyelids lose their sense of action, we all know that at the slightest provocation the eyelid blinks. But it's Ramalinga Swami says, even if this extreme happens where the eyelids lose their sense of action, even if all these things happen in my life, Ramalinga Swami sums up by saying, Natravar Tavar Ullirundu Mungum Namachivayate Namaven. O Lord Namasivaya, you who are the indweller of all the saints and sages, I will never forget you. So this is the intensity of faith and belief in God Ramalinga Swamigal displayed. And with that intensity of faith, we invoke God's blessings upon our late beloved Soobramoney Rangasamy, very lovingly known to us as Seela. I want to make a passionate appeal. We all loved Uncle Seela, we respected him, and therefore we want to accord a dignified funeral out of respect for the person that he was. And to ensure that this funeral is dignified, I think it is necessary for all of us seated here to remain absolutely silent, to show our respect to our late beloved Soobramoney Rangasamy. I think talking in a funeral, this is not a conference, this is not a workshop where you could articulate vocally to each other. But at least even if you are speaking, let's speak so softly that only the person next to you is audible. We don't want your interaction in this funeral to disturb everyone else. We are praying here, invoking the blessings of God. And it is very disrespectful if you are talking and having your own interaction. So very passionately, I implore you to please ensure that you join us in giving Seela the respect that he deserves so that we can take this funeral in a dignified way. Thank you, Nandri.
Seela. Yeah.
healing to the soul and the mind. Dear family and friends, with more tributes and messages, sadly, Uncle Seela's eldest granddaughter could not be here with us today. Danica is in China and she sends her message and her brother.
Let the opportunity pass me by to share a few memories about this incredible human being. Today, we gather to celebrate the life of our grandfather, Seela Rangasamy, lives, but his legacy and I'll never forget Tata's kindness, wisdom, sense of humor, and his witty remarks. He had a way of making everyone feel loved and valued in his own unique way. He was a community leader, making a positive impact on those around him. He built a successful career, inspiring me and others in our family to work hard and persevere. He had a heart of gold, always putting others before himself. His kindness, compassion, and empathy inspired me to be a better person. His infectious laughter and warm smile could light up any room. He was a pillar of strength, always there to offer guidance and support to all who needed it. His life story continues to inspire me. I remember a story he would often recount to my brother Ashley and I. Tata had one pair of shoes that he wore for 4 grades, and he had to walk a great distance to school every day. However, this didn't matter to Tata because he was determined on obtaining his education despite his young age and hardships. Through the story, we were taught the value of education and the lesson of gratefulness and perseverance. Tata was more than just a grandfather. He was a mentor, a role model, and my hero. He taught me the value of education by teaching me how to read and write. He instilled in me a love for reading. Being an avid reader himself, Tata had hundreds of books at home, which I tapped into whenever I had the chance. Tata was an amazing educator, and he encouraged me to follow in his footsteps, which I have now done. Through his guidance and support, I have been shaped into the person I am today. I cherish the memories of Tata picking me up from school, waiting in the car while reading the daily newspaper. He would ask me, how was my day and what did I learn? Day I told him someone troubled me at school, they would get the scolding of their lives. He always took me to run errands. Our trip started off at the post office, where he taught me to collect the post. I still remember the little blue box, number 5. He would then stop at the shop to buy me a lollipop. Thereafter, we would make our way to see his brother, Chinana, who had a little tailor shop further down the road. I loved going places with my grandfather. If he had gone without me, I would keep nagging my grandmother about his return. A few years back, I remember my younger cousin Shivani watching politics with Tata. And even though he was greatly amused by this, he valued her opinions all the same. He always encouraged his grandchildren to think out of the box. My cousin Vashni was so taken by Tata's general knowledge. He He could have a conversation with you about any subject. She would often watch TV with him, and he would take the time to educate her based on whatever topic the program was about. When my younger cousin Tarina graduated, he took a picture with her where he was also holding his own degree. He couldn't have been prouder. Our family suffered a devastating blow when we lost our baby cousin Seela. Tata was greatly saddened by his passing, as he had doted upon him. Attending multiple funerals with my grandfather over the years caused him to have strong opinions on how one should mourn. He stated this on multiple occasions, quote, "When I die, I don't want anyone chasing the hearse and screaming. It must be very dignified," unquote. This caused us to chuckle, but we knew deep down he was serious because that's the way he lived his life, in a dignified manner. My grandfather was a guiding light, my place of solace in times of unease, my comedian when I needed to be cheered up, and a constant arc of positivity. I will forever treasure each and every memory and moment with my Tata, and in the same token, will forever miss him immensely. Tata, I'm so sorry that I couldn't be there to say goodbye to you in person, but I know you are watching me right now. I thank God for blessing me with you as my grandfather. Thank you for everything you have done for us and our family. Your legacy will live on through us. As we say goodbye, I take comfort in knowing that your love, wisdom, and spirit will continue to guide us. Your impact on our lives will never fade. We will fulfill your every wish and make you proud. Rest in peace, my dear Tata. This is not goodbye, but until we meet again. I love you dearly. Your granddaughter Danica, who you affectionately nicknamed Babu.
Those were such beautiful words, and those sad, a trip down memory lane. And yes, it is sad, but it made you smile, because those were the beautiful, treasured memories that Danica and all of us have of Uncle Seela. I can only imagine how sad and challenging it must be for this beautiful child so far away, all alone, sending the message and then enduring the day to day, knowing that the family's together and she is so far away. And I can only appeal to each one of you to keep Danica in prayer, that she is safe, and give her comfort and strength to bear this loss. I would now lovingly like to invite Declan, the son of Michael Rangasamy, who has a tribute from family in London.
Good afternoon all. This is a message from Siga, Mandamama's son, and family formerly of Seela. Today and always, we will remember Mr. Soobramoney Rangasamy, Seela. We thought he was the only old guard standing in the district of Amzinto we so fondly remember. Alas, he too has fallen. How sad. We remember our Seela Mama, a quiet yet a friendly, good-natured gentleman. When you got him talking, he always greeted us with that broad, winning kind of grin, and began conversing without ever wanting to dominate. He was an excellent listener, and to us he appeared a man who thought through his ideas before he voiced them, a remarkable thinker. He was a teacher of great esteem. Post-teacher training, he became a self-taught professional by improving his qualifications through UNISA. We have vivid recollections of him in the early 60s, sitting at the panelite table in the left wing of the house, poring over UNISA study guides in his effort to improve the mind. It left an indelible impression on us. The power of his example defined our own efforts to improve ourselves in later life. We cherish this thought. More importantly, our Mama was a devoted family man. He married our sister-in-law in the early 60s, and they reared a moderate-sized family who had every educational opportunity. The family lived in a comfortable house in Amzinto Township. Mama ensured they lived well, and he provided every opportunity for his children to progress. He proved to be a devoted husband and a loving father. Today, we bid farewell to a perfect gentleman. May he rest in peace. Our heartfelt condolences go to the family. May they gain strength to cope with this irreparable loss. With deepest sympathies, Siga and family formed of Sazal. Thank you. Just to also pass the condolences of Uncle Narayan and Auntie Pari from the USA, who knew Uncle Seela very well, to also pass their sympathies to the family. Thank you.
Thank you, Declan, and kindly convey our sincere thanks and appreciation to the families for their love and support to our family as well. Thank you very much. With a few further messages from the different Sangam branches in the different areas. The following message from the Pietermaritzburg branch. Vanakkam, our deepest condolences to the Rangasamy family. May our Lord Shiva give you comfort and strength at this time. And that was from the Pietermaritzburg branch. Vanakkams, our condolences to the family, the Rangasamy family, from the Westcliff branch. Shiva's blessings upon your family for your loss. The following message. Vanakkam, on behalf of the members and officials of the Greenberry branch, we convey our sincere condolences to the family on the loss of the dear dad. Our thoughts and prayers are with you all during this difficult time. We thank all the Sangams for their beautiful messages and their kind tributes. I lovingly hand you over to the Bhajan group.
There is a
I
dear family and friends, I now lovingly invite a speaker from our family, the nephew of Uncle Seela, Mr. Soobramoney Rangasamy.
Thank you, Program Director. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for being here today to honor the life of our beloved Uncle Seela. Your presence is a testament to the profound impact he had on each of us and the community he so dearly cherished. I'm Ramu, and it's both an honor and a sorrowful task to share memories and reflections on a man who was not only my uncle, but also a mentor, a leader, and the unyielding foundation of our family. Uncle Seela was born in 1934 on a farm in Dudutu to Rangasamy and Tulsiana. His childhood was marked by significant change when his family moved to Kelso. His life as a youngster in Kelso was simple but joyous. He and his siblings, especially Uncle Ken and Auntie Martha, explored the vast open spaces running through the fields, climbing trees, and swimming at the Kelso beach. Those early days left a lasting impression on his spirit, forming the foundation of the man he would become. From a young age, Uncle Seela's fierce independence was evident. When he was just 11 years old, he made the brave decision to pursue his education in Amzinto. He approached his father with the heartfelt determination to move out of the family home in Kelso and move in with his older brother, Uncle David, and his family. Acting on his resolve, he was put on a train and moved into Uncle David's home in Amzinto. Due to the lack of available space in Amzinto Primary School, he attended Esperanza Primary until he joined Amzinto High. Remarkably, he was among the first batch of students registered at the newly established Amzinto High in 1949, signifying the beginning of a lifelong commitment to education. Uncle Seela's academic journey was marked by perseverance and excellence. His dedication carried him through the matriculation, after which he pursued higher education at the Springfield College of Education and later earned a BA degree from UNISA. These accomplishments laid the foundation for a remarkable teaching career that spanned 36 years, during which he touched countless lives. As an educator, Uncle Seela was a guiding light. From his first appointment at Nildus Primary to his roles at St. Francis, Ikopo Primary as acting principal, Naidu Memorial Primary as head of department, and finally Amzinto Vale, where he took early retirement. He served the department with distinction and commitment. Uncle Seela's contributions extended far beyond the classroom. His civic duty was both exemplary and multifaceted. As chairperson of the Amzinto Civic Association from 1975, he led numerous community projects with compassion and foresight. During the devastating floods of 2008, he initiated Flood Relief Fund, providing much needed assistance to those in dire circumstances. Additionally, Uncle Seela served as the chairperson of the Amzinto Hindu Cemetery Board and led the Amzinto Police Forum for 13 years. As a leader, Uncle Seela was held in high esteem for his unstinting commitment to the forum's goals, particularly the safety and security of residents in Amzinto and surrounds. He went on to serve as vice chairman of the area board in Pochepson and was applauded by the provincial executive for the work he did with the community police forum. His dedication to public service and community welfare earned him a position of councillor at the Amdoni municipality. His legacy remains one of selfless service and enduring commitment to the greater good. Uncle Seela was a man of many passions and talents. But what always stood out to me was his sharp, dapper appearance. Whether at a family gathering or a community event, he was immaculately dressed, showing that he put thought and care into everything he did. Well, he even put on a tie on his 90th birthday. He was also a man with an insatiable appetite for knowledge. A wide reader, Uncle Seela never went anywhere without a newspaper by his side. His home was a place of warmth, filled with rich conversations that spanned politics, history, sport, civic duty, and of course, the colorful stories of his childhood. Every visit to his home was an opportunity to learn something new, or hear a story that made you smile. He had an incredible thirst for staying informed, and his curiosity never wavered. In fact, the last thing he read before he left us was the National Geographic, a perfect testament to his lifelong love of learning and exploring the world around him. Beyond his intellect, Uncle Seela was an extraordinarily generous man, not just to his immediate family, but to his extended family as well. His kindness was felt by everyone fortunate enough to be in his life, and we all knew we could rely on him for support, advice, and a simple gesture of warmth. One of his great loves in life, though, was cars, especially Fords. Right? Cars were a reflection of his personality, immaculately kept, perfectly maintained, and always pristine. Not known to many, Uncle Seela represented Springfield College of Education at soccer. He had a keen interest in all sport. And I think one day I had the privilege of seeing him run at the teachers' relay in St. Francis Primary Sports Day. He was the anchor of the relay team, and they won that day. Well, it was a proud moment for me indeed. Above all, Uncle Seela was a devoted family man. He provided all the love, guidance, and support that a father could give. He leaves behind his wife, Auntie Lakshmi, whose companionship and support he cherished deeply. Together, they raised 4 wonderful children, Harry, Krishni, Nalini, and Seela. Uncle Seela was a devoted grandfather to Catherine, Ashlyn, Tarina, Nivashni, Shivani, and the late Sheela. He also leaves behind a great-grandson, Noah. He was also blessed with a daughter-in-law, Sharon, and sons-in-law, the late Prahlad and Sivan, who were integral parts of his family. His family was his pride and joy. Uncle Seela was one of 10 siblings, and today he's survived by his only sister, Auntie Martha, who is sitting in front of us. Alongside his immediate family, he is survived by a host of extended family and friends who loved and respected him deeply. John Donne once wrote, "Death, be not proud, though some have called thee mighty and dreadful, for thou art not so." Today, as we mourn the passing of this remarkable man, we remember that death does not diminish his legacy of love, dedication, and service. He taught us the importance of hard work, the value of education, and the significance of giving back to our community. His life is a testament to what it means to live with integrity and purpose, even in the face of life's inevitable challenges. Uncle Seela, your absence leaves a void that cannot be filled, but your memory will continue to inspire and guide us every day. Rest in peace, knowing that you are deeply loved and will be profoundly missed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ramu. You so aptly captured the life of Uncle Seela. And you did touch on being an academic, and the last book that he read, or journal that he read, was the National Geographic. And one thing that struck me about Uncle Seela was he was never selfish with his knowledge. Because if he did read something and you did visit him thereafter, he made sure he shared that knowledge with you. And I think many of the nieces and nephews and cousins all benefited from his readings and from whatever knowledge he had, he was always willing to share. And I think that is what we're really going to miss. I have a few more messages of support, and the following message is from the Deputy Spiritual Head of the Saiva Siddhanta Sangam. I am sorry to hear about the passing away of dear Dad. May Siva Perumal grant the family the mental strength and comfort at this time. May his soul rest in eternal peace and bliss at the holy feet of Siva Perumal. We keep the family in our thoughts and prayers. Om Namah Shivaya. Thank you, family. I hand you over to the Sangam group. We do have a few more tributes. Shortly, we also have the last speaker in a short while. But thank you for your patience and thank you for the silence. And it's over to the Sangam group.
Seela
once again for the beautiful bhajans. I have a message from a friend that was forwarded to me. It's to Nalini and the girls. Good morning, good day, my beautiful and amazing friend. Today is one of the most difficult days for you and your family to endure. It is a day that none of us wants to experience, but reality always kicks in. As you go through this difficult time and painful day, know that your dad is in a better place. He is now your guardian angel, watching over you and guiding you and your family. He is surely proud of the individual you have become and the way in which you are bringing up your two lovely girls. I pray for God's comfort and blessing over you and your family as you lay your dad to rest. Be safe and God bless you. And it is from a friend, Denzel. Dear family and friends, I once again appeal for silence, more especially the kind of person that Uncle Seela was, always liked silence, and we do want to respect that at his last sending off. I lovingly invite Terina Rangasamy, the granddaughter of Uncle Seela, to pay her tribute.
I greet you in the name of our Divine Master, His Holiness, Brahma Sri Soobramoney Rangasamy. I very respectfully extend my reverential respects to our spiritual head of the Seela Siddhanta Sangam of South Africa, His Holiness Sri Swami Sivayogananda, and to our loving family and friends. Today, we come together to celebrate the life of my beloved grandfather, my tata, a man who left an indelible mark on all who knew him. Living until 90 is a remarkable milestone, symbolizing not only longevity, but also a life rich with experiences. It reflects resilience, strength, and the ability to adapt to the many changes and challenges that come with nearly a century of life. Reaching such an age while remaining strong and independent is a testament to Tata's enduring spirit, determination, and zest for life. It shows that age is not merely a number, but a reflection of how fully one has embraced every stage of life, continuously learning, growing, and impacting those around them. As an educator, Tata was well known and highly respected. To me, his greatest lessons weren't found in books or classrooms. They were in the small, everyday moments we spent together. Whether we were talking about something on the news, watching him solve a problem, or listening to his adventurous stories of his childhood, everything was a teachable moment. His wisdom was boundless, and he never missed an opportunity to help me learn, grow, and understand the world just a little bit better. He believed that knowledge wasn't just something you acquired, it was something you shared. Many can attest to the fact that he was our teacher, our guide, and one of the greatest sources of wisdom. He was the person who called for advice. There was never a time I asked Tata about a specific topic that he didn't have any knowledge of. He always had some input and insight. I have made every important decision thus far as per his guidance. Choosing a career is a significant decision that shapes where one's energy and passion will be focused for years to come. It can be daunting. For me, this choice was heavily influenced by Tata, whose dedication to education and to nurturing others inspired me to pursue a path that would make a meaningful impact in my community. His wisdom and commitment to social justice instilled in me a sense of duty to address inequalities and fight for equal opportunities. I grew up witnessing his remarkable and impactful leadership as chairperson of the Amzinto Civic Association, which was initially formed under the name the Hazelwood Civic Association over 50 years ago. He also chaired the Hazelwood Neighborhood Watch. He led by example, and I couldn't have asked for a more inspiring role model. He has played an integral role in the Amzinto flood relief. He was a member of several committees, too many to mention. He served as the chairperson of the Amzinto Community Police Forum for 14 years. Tata was also instrumental in forming the Body Corporation for Roshanites here in Amzinto. He was also a councillor of the Amdoni municipality. It's very fitting that he was awarded the Lifetime Achievement Award and the Community Award for his achievement in humanitarianism. His absence is deeply felt by everyone who had the privilege of knowing him, and he will be dearly missed for the lasting impact he made in all our lives. While he may no longer be with us, it is now up to us to carry forward the lessons he taught and the values he lived by. We must strive to honor his legacy by living with the same compassion, integrity, and dedication that defined him, ensuring that his spirit continues to guide us in everything we do. I speak for all the grandchildren and your little great-grandson when I say, Tata, we love you immensely and consider ourselves blessed and honored to have had you as our grandfather. Thank you.
Thank you, Tarina. Those are beautiful words, and we all know Tata loved you and all the grandchildren immensely. And dear family and friends, listening to all the tributes and all the messages of support, it shows the legacy that Uncle Seela has left behind. It shows the mark that he made in the lives of people, in the community. And if there's anything each one of us can take from here today, all it costs us is kindness, care, compassion, being good to each other. Because when we leave this earth, we take nothing with us except a good name. And that good name is a legacy that will live on forever and ever. And I can really assure you that Uncle Seela's legacy will live on in years to come. But yes, Tarina, you and your cousins, all of you are going to take this legacy forward. So in order to live Tata's legacy, do what Tata did and live your life like Tata did. Thank you. I lovingly hand you over to the Sangam group, and in a short while Swami will also render a spiritual moment with us. Thank you. Dear family and friends, I now lovingly hand you over to the spiritual head of the Saiva Siddhanta Sangam, Swami Sivayogananda.
Namaste Sadguru Brahmasri Sri Soobramoney Rangasamy Tirupayaranam. பெரியோர்களுக்கும் பெற்றோர்களுக்கும் காலஞ்சென்ற பெரியார் சுப்பிரமணி ரங்கசாமி அவர்கள் குடும்பத்தார்களுக்கும் எனது உலகணித வணக்கத்தை நான் அறியேன் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றேன். My loving greetings, vanakkam, namaste, prem namaskar to one and all of you. I've known our late beloved Seela for more than 65 years, from the time I was a little child. And we were living in Renisho, or schooling in the primary school in Renisho. Seela's mother and my mother are cousins, very close, first cousins. So my mother used to visit the cousin here often at the family home, and we should accompany her as young children to Amzintu. So it's from way back those days. So it is quite an impact he has had on my life in that interaction that I've had with him at different times. But I think all of us, I endorse everything, all the sentiments expressed by all the previous speakers. The fact that he was an outstanding educator, a deep, profound, brilliant thinker, a person with a pleasant personality, cheerful disposition, and incredibly beautiful demeanor, a beautiful human being. That's what he was. And he was simple, humble, with a calm and pleasant nature. And therefore, Narina was talking about his silence. You know, when we are in that calm, simple, humble, calm, pleasant nature in silence, then we experience inner serenity and inner tranquility. And that's what he's experienced in his life. But only when you actually go deeper into it, you'll realize the inner being that he was. And I think the fact that he was involved in so many community structures is a revelation of his commitment and his passion to serve the people of this area. Even our master, Guru Swamigal, says, Makkalukku seva seyya vendum. While we are in this body and in this world, we must be able to help others who are less fortunate than ourselves. And that's what our Seela did. But I think what I want to share with you is a spiritual message. Seela may lie silent and still in this casket because he's not there anymore. He's gone. So when you look at it, then you realize, I'm not the body, I'm not the mind, I'm not the intellect. Who am I? And Guru Swami, the founder of the Sangam, who had written more than 135 songs, in one of the songs he says, Nan yaro, ni yaro, arivarya, anbene. Who am I? Who are you? And who is this friend we have in God? What is this interpersonal relationship? What is this rapport that we have? Even way back in the 13th century, a Greek philosopher, Thales, was once asked, what is the most difficult of all things? And he responded, to know thyself. Even in this 21st century, we are grappling in our minds to understand who we are. Because when someone asks you who you are, you give it a name, you identify with his body, you identify with your status, you identify with your profession. But that's not who you really are. Who are you? And when we understand that, then we understand the journey. We are not this body, we are not the mind, we are not the intellect, we are not the status, we are not the qualification, not anything. All those are just the things that we have gathered over a period of time in our lives. Even this body, 70 years ago I wasn't like this. I was a little child. But it is taking what comes from Mother Earth, eating what comes from Mother Earth, that I built up this body to who I am now. So you gather everything, even your qualifications, your education, everything you gather, but that's not who you are. The Master says we are the soul being. And the soul is an eternal entity. It has never been created, therefore it cannot be destroyed. And it is not the soul that is born, it is the body that is born. So the soul's experiences are threefold. Firstly, before we came into this world, we were in the astral world. The soul was in an unembodied state. No mind, no intellect, no body, and we were in the astral world. But because the soul has got intelligence, the soul was aware, soul is aware in this astral world, all the sins it has committed in this human life, it is aware of all the negative karma that is attached to the soul. Therefore, the soul is in a state of desperation in this astral world, wanting to come back to this world through a human experience. The soul has a strong yearning, a strong longing to come to this world. Why? To repent for its sins, to mitigate all the negative karma that is attached to it. And therefore the soul is born in this body, takes on a human body, and goes through this human experience. And what happens is, when people are born, the mind develops. When the mind develops, there was a strong yearning and a karma, about all the sins you've committed previously. You forget about longing, the yearning, all the negative karma, the sins. All you do is you caught up with the drama of human life, exposed to the opposite polarities of life, both the joys, the darkness and the knowledge and the intelligence, all that you caught up with, and you forget about which you have come here. And many people live their entire life not understanding the purpose and eventually leave the mortal body. What is important is for us, while we're living from birth to death, through this human experience, whether it was joy or sorrow, whether it was prosperity or adversity, irrespective of what experience you're going through, you must purify and purge your life. Move into that beautiful, pure space, pure consciousness. And that is what our beloved Soobramoney Rangasamy achieved. Through all his experiences, there was an element of purity, pure intentions, pure actions, and pure life. Because the end goal of human life is parisuttam, absolute pureness. And when you reach the state of absolute pureness and perfection, then the Lord Himself grants the soul arul, grace, and liberates you from the cycle of births and deaths. And Seela, throughout his life, he strived to achieve that state of perfection. And it is only wisdom and the application of that wisdom to lead you to that state where you can receive the final grace of God to liberate you from the cycle of births and deaths. When you don't achieve that purpose for which you come here in this life, you take the left turn and you're back in the cycle. But when you attain the perfection, the purity, the parisuttam, then you take the right turn, you go straight to God. And in oneness and synergy with God, you experience eternal peace and immortal bliss. But however, if you don't attain parisuttam or that perfection, you're back again in the cycle. Back in the astral world, again in this desperate state, desperately wanting to come to this world. Emerson is an American transcendentalist who once said, "It is the secret of the world that all things subsist and do not die, but only retire a little from sight and afterwards return again." I think what's the consoling thought for the family is that our beloved Soobramoney Rangasamy, beloved Seela, is not dead. His journey is continuing. He's let go of his body and he's now continuing on his journey. Therefore, Socrates beautifully put it. He said, "I am truly confident that there is such a thing as living again. The living spring from the dead, and the souls of the dead are in existence." The soul of our beloved Seela is in existence. He's only given up his mortal body. Death is only a transitioning from this life to another life, or from this life to the astral world when you're back in the cycle, or from this life to God. It's a transitioning process. And if we understand that, so everything that we do in this world through human experiences, we will gravitate our lives to that state of perfection and absolute purity. Even John Masefield, a world-renowned poet, in one of his poems he says, "I hold that when a person dies, his soul returns again to earth. Arrayed in some new flesh disguise, another mother gives him birth. With sturdier limbs and brighter brain, the old soul takes the road again." As a consoling thought for the family, the soul of our beloved Seela is back on the road, it's back on his journey, and it will ultimately get to God. And through all his sacrifices, all his efforts, all the things that he has done in this lifetime, he realizes where he has to get to. And everything that he did was to gravitate his life to that state of perfection to reach the ultimate goal of, that is, oneness and synergy with God, experiencing eternal peace and immortal bliss. So it's a message to all of us that while we are in this world, no matter what you're caught up in this world, ensure that you purify and purge your life. Become a good, beautiful human being. And the purification must be through Mano, Vaku, Gayam. Through the mind, through the words, and through the action. And through the mind, word, and action, if you can experience pureness, then we will reach that goal of Parisuddham. One of the most important things that we need to take note of is our human relationships. The people that love you the most hurt you the most. Because an outsider tells you something nasty, you forget about it with time. But somebody is close to you, says, and it will stay here, constantly playing in your mind. So you have to ensure that you have beautiful relationship and rapport with everyone in this world. We are saying that Lord that we worship, the Lord is within. If God is within me, it's the same God that is in everyone else. So if you are hurling abuse to somebody else, you are trying to hurt somebody else, you are affecting the divinity that is within you in the next person. So there's no reason for human conflict. There is no reason for having problems with each other. Because if your life purpose is to purify and purge your life, even through the relationships, you have to purify and purge your life. And forgiveness. Forgiveness is the most important thing. You're forgiving the people that have hurt you and seeking forgiveness from the people you have hurt will not only bring solace to you, but will heal you inside, will help you in this journey. And the other big problem that we have is that our mind is our worst enemy. We don't use our mind as it should have been. If you look at the mind, firstly, we have invasive thoughts that flood our mind. The invasive thoughts are invariably negative, evil, impure, ignoble, and it floods our mind. And they affect your journey. How can you purify and purge your life if you are allowing that impure, invasive thoughts? The second thing is that we are very judgmental. We judge everyone, we judge everything, we judge every situation. And because we are judgmental, we create problems for ourselves. If we understand that if you are thinking, you are not experiencing, and if you are experiencing, you are not thinking. So if your mind is engaged in thinking all the time, you are not experiencing the joys of life. Therefore, it is important that everyone advocates, live in the present, live in the now. But what happens, our mind is like taking us like a yo-yo from one direction, from the unborn, from the dead past to the unborn future. Our minds takes our lives, but we're not living in the present to experience life's joys and sorrows. So through this, we need to ensure that we get to our destination. Another thing happens is our mind creates stories. There's so much of storytelling, dialogue happens there. You've got invasive thoughts flooding your mind. You've got judgmental nature, the mind is, and then you have storytelling that's taking place in your mind. All that is affecting your journey from birth to death. And because it is affecting your life, you are unable to purify and purge your life. You are unable to achieve the purpose for which you have come in this world, and therefore you are stuck in this cycle, coming back again and again, not achieving anything. It's like a person wants to do a marathon but is running on the spot. That's how human life is. So, if we look at the life of our beloved Seela Rangasamy, he knew what is expected of him. His thoughts were pure, his intentions were pure. He achieved everything with the element of purity. And he knew where he was going to. Therefore, I take this opportunity of invoking the blessings of God to catalyze the motion of his soul towards the attainment of mukti, so that his soul is eternally one with God, in synergy with God, experiencing eternal peace and immortal bliss. The family that is left behind, I in sorrow, I in pain. We cannot take that away from them. But we could pray to God to help them to cope with whatever they are going through. We pray that God gives them all the courage, the strength, and the fortitude to bear the irreparable loss of a noble soul from their home. The emptiness, the vacuum, the void created in the Rangasamy household cannot be filled easily, but we can invoke God's vibrations and energy to occupy that void, to enable the family members to once again face the challenges of life and to move on in this world, even in the absence of our beloved Seela from their lives. And I now take this opportunity of invoking God's richest and choicest blessings upon each one of you, now and always. I'm going to recite a verse from this prayer book, and the family members can offer flowers of devotion to our beloved. You can come around the casket. You could perhaps take a rose of flower from the arrangement and offer it into the coffin while the sacred song is being sung, and thereafter I will conclude in prayer. Family members can offer the flower. After this, Seela
Thank you, Swami. That was really beautiful. Dear family and friends, we are reaching the end of our the funeral procession at the hall.
we will proceed in a short while to the Clare Estate crematorium. But kindly allow me, on behalf of the family, to move a vote of thanks. A thanks and appreciation for everyone who has been involved in today's funeral proceedings, as well as the days prior, upon receiving the news of Uncle's death from the 1st of October, the family and friends that have rallied around, and Auntie and the children, Harry, Krishni, Nalini, Segrin, and their respective families, are truly indebted to each one of you. Firstly, for sacrificing today to be here and to offer your love and support. To the family and friends and neighbors who rallied around, offering love and support, for the words of comfort, the telephone calls, and just being present, the family say a big thank you. As I mentioned, upon hearing on the passing away of Uncle, family and friends rallied around the home, providing meals, tea, and whatever you could to ensure that the family was comfortable and they didn't feel the pain as deeply as you would if you were left alone. You were there to support the family, and they are truly grateful. To the spiritual head of the Saiva Siddhanta Sangam, Swami Seela Yogananda, and the service group from the Saiva Siddhanta Sangam, a very big thank you. Thank you for leading us today and for providing the beautiful bhajans that are soothing to the soul, and it gives the family the strength and the energy to bear the sad loss. To all the service providers, Vishnu Temple Hall Committee, Management and Committee, Amrish Sounds, Sandra for the meals and the decor, a very big thank you. Without your help, today would not be as beautiful and having this beautiful send-off for their dear dad. The family would really like to pay a special thank you to the doctors, that's Dr. Hassan and Dr. Patel from St. Augustine's Hospital and Capital Hospital, who were there for Dad in his last moments, to the nurses, the doctors. He was comfortable right until the last moment. Actually, he was even talking to the family. And that itself will tell you that the love and care that Uncle received saw him till the last end. And it is because of this he reached a wonderful age of 90. A special thank you to Dr. Kadwa. Dr. Kadwa from Mzinto has been Uncle's doctor for over 20 years, and he was just a phone call away. It was no matter what time the family called him or Uncle needed to see him, he readily made himself available. And to Dr. Kadwa, a very big thank you from the family. Thank you for being here, for offering the family the comfort, being there in the days when it's sad and mourning, but an appeal for it not to end today. In the days to come, this is when the family needs you more. So to family and friends, if you can find the time, be there for Auntie and the children and their families. Just being around and chatting and offering that love and support will help the family heal and move. It is something you can never forget, but you keep the memories beautifully tucked in your heart, and it is the love and support that you receive from everyone around that helps you to make the days a little easier to bear. I would like to leave you with a final poem or a saying, beautiful, and it sums up our lives. And the sad thing for such beautiful writing is the author is unknown. You may have heard it before, but it actually aptly captures the essence of our lives. Life is like a journey on a train, with its stations, with changes of routes, and with accidents. At birth, we boarded the train and met our parents, and we believe they will always travel on our side. However, at some station, our parents will step down from the train, leaving us on this journey alone. As time goes by, other people will board the train, and they will be significant. Our siblings, friends, children, and even the love of our life. Many will step down and leave a permanent vacuum. Others will go so unnoticed that we don't realize that they vacate their seats. This train ride will be full of joy, sorrow, fantasy, expectations, hellos, goodbyes, and farewells. Success consists of having a good relationship with all passengers, requiring that we give the best of ourselves. The mystery to everyone is, we don't know at which station we ourselves will step down. So, we must live in the best way, love, forgive, and offer the best of who we are. It is important to do this because when the time comes for us to step down and leave our empty seats, we should leave behind beautiful memories for those who still continue to travel on the train of life. I wish you a joyful journey for the coming year on the train of life. Reap success and give lots of love. Most importantly, thank God for this journey. Lastly, I thank you for being one of the passengers on my train, author unknown. And I think that successfully captures our lives. And as we said, if there's anything we could take away from today is give the best of ourselves, be the best and give off our best. Love, live and leave a legacy behind. Having said that, dear family and friends, we have come to the end. We are leaving a few minutes earlier due to traffic on the road and traveling to Durban. There are some delays. So as a family, we have decided to leave at least a few minutes earlier, giving us ample time to reach the Clare Estate crematorium. Once we are done and we will leave, meals have been provided. A humble request from the family, please do not leave without taking a packed meal. The packed meal is at the back. We have Ashlyn at the back. Please take a meal. Uncle Seela would really want you. If you were at his home, he would not let you leave without a meal. The family has also asked me to convey to you the prayer, the upcoming prayer that will be held for Uncle on Sunday, the 13th of October. The time is 11 a.m. The venue, we temporarily have confirmed St. Francis Primary School Hall. So it is on the 13th of October at 11 a.m. at St. Francis Primary School Hall. Details of this will be forwarded on the various chat groups and the family will cascade the information, but we are appealing to family to take note of this date so that you make yourself available for the prayer that we will have in 16 days' time. Thank you, family and friends. Thank you for being here and for being so patient and silent. I humbly ask you to rise. We would have the concluding prayer, and thereafter we will proceed.
தேவரே திருவருட் சமூகத்தில் துரும்பினும் சிறியமாகிய யாங்கள் சிற்றறிவால் செய்து கொள்ளும் விண்ணப்பங்களை திரு சேவைக்கு ஏற்பித்தவர்களை இலட்சித்தருள வேண்டும். தாயினும் சிறந்ததாவது கடவுளே, தேவரை திருவருளால் மனித தேகத்தில் செலுத்திய காலத்தும் தாய் வயிற்றிலும் சிசு பருவத்திலும் குமார பருவத்திலும் வயோதிக பருவத்திலும் பல்வேறு அவஸ்தைகளால் இருந்து வாழ்ந்து தாங்கள் திருவருளை நாடி திருவடி கமல பாதங்களை அடைந்த திரு சுப்பிரமணி ரங்கசாமி அவர்களின் ஆத்மா தடைபடாத பேரின்ப சக்தியில் பெரும் வாழ்வுகள் என்றும் திகழ்ந்து இருக்க அருள் புரிய வேண்டுகிறோம். அருட்பெரும் சோதி ஆண்டவரே, உயிரில் கலந்த பெருங்கருணை பெருமானே, திரு சுப்பிரமணி ரங்கசாமி அவர்களின் ஆன்மா என்றும் அறியாத தாங்கள் பேரின்ப சக்தியில் நிகழ்நின்றி நிலந்த விளங்க பெருங்கருணை போதிய பிரார்த்திக்கின்றோம். தாங்கள் திருவடி கமலங்களுக்கு சரணம் சரணம் சரணம். While we are chanting the Sankrit, the final Devaradhane at the feet of our Father.
Amen.
reviewing and then running into a message, and then I'll do the final thing.
Dear family and friends, Vanakkam and Prem Namaste. Today is a very sad day for the Rangasamy family as we come together to pay our last respects to a loving husband, doting dad and grandfather, dear brother and brother-in-law, uncle, cousin and friend. My late uncle, Mr. Soobramoney Rangasamy, formerly known as Seela or Bob, was a man of great stature. He was an extraordinary individual who touched countless lives. His kindness, wisdom, and generosity inspired us all. We remember his infectious smile, his unwavering optimism to uplift his family and the community, and his unrelenting passion for life. His legacy lives on through the countless lives he touched. To Uncle Seela, we say thank you. Thank you for being a shining example of love, strength, and resilience. Uncle Seela, you will be deeply missed, but your spirit will remain with us forever. Dear family and friends, the family of Uncle Seela extend their sincere thanks and appreciation to each one of you for making the time to be here with them, for the love and support, for the telephone calls, for the messages, for being there for them during this trying time. They also look forward to seeing you in the days to come, offering them all the love and support they need. An announcement: the memorial service for Uncle Seela will be held on the 13th of October on Sunday at 11 a.m. It will be held at the St. Francis Primary School in Park Rennie. You are lovingly invited. Should there be any change of plans, the venue and the time, you will be notified accordingly, and the family will send out notices of the memorial service. We did have a number of speakers at the funeral in Jacinto. However, now I lovingly invite one speaker who will speak on behalf of the family before we go in for cremation. I lovingly invite Uncle Seela's nephew, Mr. Soobramoney Rangasamy.
Thank you, Nalina. Ladies and gentlemen, please bear with me. I think those of you who were at the hall this afternoon would have heard the sentiments I expressed. I want to thank you all for being here today to honor the life of our beloved Uncle Seela. Your presence is a testament to the profound impact he had on each of us and the community he so dearly cherished. I am Ramu, Uncle Seela's nephew. It is both an honor and a sorrowful task to share memories and reflections on a man who was not only my uncle, but also a mentor, a leader, and the unyielding foundation of our family. A little bit of history of Uncle Seela. He was born in 1934 on a farm in Rangasamy and Kolsia. His childhood was marked by significant change when his family moved to Kelso. His life as a youngster in Kelso was simple but joyous. He and his siblings, especially Uncle Ken and Auntie Martha, explored the vast open spaces, running through fields, climbing trees, and swimming at Kelso Beach. Those early days left a lasting impression on his spirit, forming the foundation of the man he would become. From a young age, Uncle Seela's fierce independence was evident. When he was 11 years old and living in Kelso and schooling in Kelso, he made the decision on his own to pursue his education in Amzinto. He approached his father with a heartfelt determination to move out of the family home in Kelso and move in his older brother, Uncle David, and his family. Acting on his resolve, he was put on a train and moved into Uncle David's home in Amzinto. Due to the lack of available space at Amzinto Primary School, he attended Esperanza Primary School. Remarkably, he was among the first batch of students registered at the newly established Amzinto High in 1949, signifying the beginning of a lifelong commitment to education. Uncle Seela's academic journey was marked by perseverance and excellence. His dedication carried him through to matriculation, after which he pursued a higher education at the Springfield College of Education and later earned a BA degree from UNISA. These accomplishments laid the foundation for a remarkable teaching career that spanned 36 years, during which he touched countless lives. As an educator, Uncle Seela was a guiding light. From his first appointment at Nelvis Brandon Primary to his roles at St. Francis Ikopo Primary as acting principal, Naida Memorial Primary as head of department, and finally at Amzinto Bay, where he took early retirement. He served the department with distinction and commitment. Uncle Seela's contributions extended far beyond the classroom. His civic duty was both exemplary and multifaceted. As chairperson of the Hazelwood Civic Association from 1975, he led numerous community projects with compassion and foresight. During the devastating floods of 2008, he initiated a flood relief fund providing much needed assistance to those in dire circumstances. Additionally, Uncle Seela served as chairperson of the Abzinto Hindu Cemetery Board and led the Abzinto Police Forum for 13 years. As a leader, Uncle Seela was held in high esteem for his unstinting commitment to the forum's goals, particularly the safety and security of residents in Abzinto and surrounds. He went on to serve as vice chairman of the area board in Port and was applauded by the provincial executive for the work he did for the community police forum. His dedication to public service and community welfare earned him a position of councillor at the Amdodi municipality. His legacy remains one of selfless service and enduring commitment to the greater good. Uncle Seela was a man of many passions and talents, but what always stood out to me was his sharp, dapper appearance, whether at a family gathering or at a community event. He was always immaculately dressed, showing that he put thought and care into everything he did. He even put on a tie for his 90th birthday. He was also a man with an insatiable appetite for knowledge. A wide reader, Uncle Seela never went anywhere without a newspaper by his side. His home was a place of warmth, filled with rich conversations that spanned politics, history, sport, civic duty, and of course, colorful stories of his childhood. Every visit to his home was an opportunity to learn something new or hear a story that made you smile. He had an incredible thirst for staying informed, and his curiosity never wavered. In fact, the last thing he read before he left us was the National Geographic, a perfect testament to his lifelong love of learning and exploring the world around him. Above all, Uncle Seela was a devoted family man. He provided all the love, guidance, and support that a father could give. He leaves behind his wife, Auntie Lakshmi, whose companionship and support he cherished deeply. Together, they raised 4 wonderful children: Hari, Krishni, Nalini, and Seela. Uncle Seela was a devoted grandfather to Danica, Ashland, Tarina, Nibashni, Shivani, and the late Sheela, and he leaves behind a great grandson, Noah. He was also blessed with a daughter-in-law, Sharon, and sons-in-law, late Pregladan and Sivan, who were integral parts of his family. His family was his pride and joy. Uncle Seela was one of 10 siblings, and today is survived by his only sister, Auntie Martha, who just walked in. Alongside his immediate family, he is survived by a host of extended family and friends who loved and respected him deeply. John Donne, the poet, once wrote, "Death, be not proud, though some have called thee mighty and dreadful, for thou art not so." Today, as we mourn the passing of this remarkable man, remember that death does not diminish his legacy of love, dedication, and service. He taught us the importance of hard work, the value of education, and the significance of giving back to our community. His life is a testament to what it means to live with integrity and purpose, even in the face of life's inevitable changes. Uncle Seela, your absence leaves a void that cannot be filled, but your memory will continue to inspire and guide us every day. Rest in peace, knowing that you were deeply loved and will be profoundly missed. Thank you.
Well, our greetings, Vanakkam, Namaste, and Prem Namaskar to one and all of you. The master in one of his songs, he says, Anitya Varvu Bende Niya Venam Sivame. Oh Lord, I do not want this mundane worldly life anymore. All I want is you and you alone, Lord. And especially when it comes to a point like this, all we could offer is our prayer to the Lord, because everything happens through His grace. And even this transitioning process to God Himself happens through His grace. So we are now ready for cremation. So we'll do our final prayer here now and then move to the next level. I respectfully implore all of you to please rise. O merciful Lord, most gracious light, Thou art the one supreme. We pray to Thee, Lord. Here lies the mortal remains of the soul that has returned to Thee. Give unto this soul Thy everlasting peace. Man being born of Thy highest order of love, Thou hast assisted this soul to be embodied in this world. If our late beloved has wronged in any way whatsoever, Lord, we seek Your forgiveness. Lord, Thou art the architect and creator of all the visible and non-visible universes for the well-being of man. Thou art the life of lives and ocean of mercy. In passing through many births, Thou hast assisted this soul and hast given him a precious human birth. Now Thou hast recalled this soul to be reunited with Thee. O Almighty God, omnipotent, omnipresent and omniscient One, give unto this soul Thy everlasting peace. O measureless One, we know not of Thy depth nor Thy height, and yet Thou art enshrined in the innermost sanctum of our hearts. We pray, Lord, may this soul of our beloved Soobramoney Rangasamy rest in holy light, in eternal peace. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Get the pallbearers to come.
Shiva.